Oh, you look like you've been on an adventure.
And I'm off again. There's a feast at Halgren. We have to part here.
Oh, well, what should I tell John?
I've recovered most of the books. The Citadel's preparing copies for the wall. I'm petitioning House Tyrell directly. Perhaps Lady Olenna can help me get through to King Tommen.
Oh, quite the adventure indeed. I wish you luck then.
Be safe, Sam. Don't want to find a wildling arrow in your neck when I get back.
Well, that's up to the gods now, isn't it?
Apparently, even maesters can have their morals fail them. A group of them, exiled from the Order, was behind the raid on the Citadel library. Using the knowledge in the books they stole, these maesters created a concoction that lets them control the minds and actions of whoever ingests it. I put an end to them in Brightwater, but there are more of them out there. Word is, one has planned a poisoning at a banquet in Highgarden. are these wagons bound?
Unless you're hiding a couple of prime hams under that cloak, they're not bound for anywhere at present.
What are you carrying?
Finest meat and produce the Reach has to offer. Or at least we were before our wagon got stolen.
Did you see who took it?
Looked like farmers. Just walked up when we were getting ready and took off with it. Drunk, they were. Drunker than I've ever seen. Dazed, stupid looking. Didn't say a word.
Evergreen Trumpet. Which way did they go?
Past the town, into the hills. We lost them in the trees.
Veered off here. Reckless. Cartwheel's probably cracked too. The tracks lead further into the woods.
Did everything we told him and more. No questions asked.
You reckon Paxton has enough to make his move now?
Door's open, but they won't budge. I'll send someone to help. There it is. Doesn't look like the meat's been tampered with. Bandits didn't know about the poison then. That's something.
Those were good men you just butchered. You'll be begging their mercy soon enough.
Oi, oi.
Looks like you made quick work of that.
Don't have to look far to find bandits these days. I left a fire for you to find.
You have my thanks. Could use someone like you along for the ride, if I'm honest.
Gladly. Is your convoy all accounted for?
Everything but that stolen cart and my wagon driver, Cotton. Brant will see to the cart quick enough, but you couldn't deal with the latter, could you? He's an old drunk, Cotton, and I haven't the patience today. Fetch him and that box of apples he snuck off with when he thought I wasn't looking, and we'll be on our way.
Anyone here called Cotton?
Yeah. I've been called worse than that on a good day.
What? Find?
I'm looking for Cotton.
Cotton? That ship's work that is. I don't touch this stuff. Makes me sneeze.
What?
Can I help you?
You're Cotton? Clayton's driver?
Certainly am. Though it's around midday, if I was not mistaken. So I was taking a well-earned nap before we leave.
Get up, or I'll drag you out of here myself.
Oi, no need for any of that in here. I am perfectionately fine to ride.
We're leaving, Cotton. Where's the box you took?
Seven else me box. 'Twas right here where I put it. And now, oh, it's not.
Oh, Cotton. Var fin då. Clinton.
That box isn't yours. Hand it over.
Buzz off, finders keepers.
Get your own apples, mudlicker.
lyse i mit, der er det word filter, så skal jeg lige maske der tage. Okay. Lydinput-optagelse. For det finder noget, guys, for noget musik. Okay. Spotify. What the fuck? Oh no. First of all, that can be fucked off. Det var lort. Ja, slet den. Media kill? Maybe? I don't know. Oh. Oh no, that's not it either. What? Okay. Put that like under beskær. Beskær.
every girl. Just imagine that we could face our brotherhood. Just imagine that we could face our
Okay, begge. Nu er vi klar.
Doubt they'll miss it. They've got plenty more to eat than us.
You know what they call me back in the north?
Ugly, stupid.
Butcher. And you two have something I need.
Yeah, well down here they'll call you dead meat.
Okay, bitch. Stormfælde. Betyder meget, men hvad er du mest fan af? Velkommen til.
See? No need to be plying old cotton with threats and like.
Half the apples are gone.
In a sense, so's they are. But in another sense, half of them's still there. I'd best be getting these back to Clayton. Be in his favour now, no doubt.
Well, we're as ready as we'll be. We follow the rose road. Oh, what I wouldn't give to be at that feast. Mingling with lords and ladies. Stuffing myself with fine foods. Makes you think, doesn't it? Born into a different family. And it could be me going there instead of you.
We aren't much different. A night without a name's worth less than dirt in there.
Oh, back up.
A bastard then, are you? Well, I'll be damned. You look like a proper knight to me. Oh, it's a cruel world, ain't it, sir? Fancy banquets for the highborn, while good folk like us toil away in the fields.
This is bullshit. Nej, det hører vi ikke. Nej, det hører vi ikke.
Hold. Routine inspection.
Please, we're more than a little late, sir.
Paxton. And I ain't a knight.
Oh, that guy. He's a piece of shit.
We've had reports of people hijacking Lady Tyrell's supplies up your way. We're placing you bandits under arrest.
What? No, surely we can come to some arrangement.
How's about we take your things and you leave with your lives? Mouths to feed, and
I know you. We met in White Harbor.
Sir Snow. You weren't supposed to be here. Walk away. We wouldn't want you missing out on the festivities now, would we? Come now, don't be stupid.
I hate to disappoint.
I am stupid.
To get to Halgren. There, Halgren. The archers on top of those walls will keep us safe. Thank you for getting us here in one piece, Sir Knight.
Got a dramatic flair, you honeycomb folk, don't you? You can unload in the Bailey. All cargo's checked before it's allowed through.
Thank you again, sir. It was a great honor traveling with a hero like yourself.
Thank you, Clayton. Be safe.
Some Tyrell men will walk us back, I'm sure. Enjoy the feast.
shopper bundle.
bandits have had it easy since the Blackwater. All the decent swords around here either never returned or came back broken. Take my eldest, Karen. He had a kind heart before. Hard-working too. Stood up for his people. Those bandits you killed, there's more of them. They have a camp in the foothills. Take him there. Get rid of them together. Show him there's an honorable way to use a sword. My youngest, Erin, will know where to find him.
I'm looking for Karen.
Karen? What's he done now? Owes you money, does he? If anyone knows where he is, it'll be Erin, his brother. He's checking the stores round the corner.
Aaron, aye? Your father's got me looking for Karen.
That's so. Afraid you've come to the wrong place, then. If you're looking for my brother, you'll find him somewhere on the shores of the Blackwater. Otherwise, the stream would be your best bet. Can't miss him. Should be asleep in his own piss by this time of day, if I'm not mistaken.
You, Karen?
Piss off. Got no business with you or anyone else.
I need your help. Folk round here say you used to be a fighter.
They did they? Will you make sure you tell them precisely where they can shove their talk of fighters? Unless you want help whoring or drinking, I'm not your man. Go piss up a rope. Hang on. Is that right? And I suppose if I do help you, I'd be compensated, eh? Fine. Twisted my arm then. By all means, lead the way. So, what are we doing then?
There's some local bandits holed up not far from here. They've been bad for business.
Bandits? You dragged me out here to deal with bandits? You've got the wrong man. I don't fight anymore. Haven't swung a sword since I was...
Nice bit of steel you got there. How's about we take it off your heads?
Karen, get behind me.
Pay for that! Get me, you know that?
You hurt?
Had worse. Just a cut on the arm.
Deeper than it looks. We'll get you something to clean it out.
What? As in do it ourselves?
I can think of worse things
what
to be.
Are we? A pair of bloody hedge knights? Watch your tongue, Northerner.
I know you want to
don't
keep
know
that
a
arm,
thing
don't you?
about me.
Search the woods. King's copper will do.
I know that, don't I? It...
Vicky, tree sap would be best. Good. Karen's too drunk to find maggots. Must be a dead animal around here somewhere. Hoofprints. Deer. Maybe a boar. Reeks worse than Karen does. But they'll clean out the wound. That'll do. Karen had better be where I left him.
Because there's a man in there still worth something. A man who'd be out sowing the fields with me, not stewing in his own shit.
If it weren't for me, Stannis bloody Baratheon would have burned those damn fields of yours to ash. I've done my part.
Because you believed in something enough to fight for it. Where's that man gone?
That man's buried under the salt and the blood. About time you grieved him. I know I have.
What was that about?
Nothing. Just my brother. Let's get...
A man who'd be out sowing the fields with me, not stewing in his own shit.
If it weren't for me, Stannis bloody Baratheon would have burned those damn fields of yours to ash. I've done my part.
Because you believed in something enough to fight for it. Where's that man gone?
That man's buried under the salt and the blood. About time you grieved him. I know I have.
What was that about?
Nothing.
Fine. Take these.
I always dreamt of this as a boy, you know? Fighting off bandits, healing my own wounds.
And now?
Like a proper night, this. Now, I've seen enough dead nights to last me 7 lifetimes.
There's the camp. On your lead?
Huh? Which one of you is on lookout? I'll have your bloody head!
Looks like that's all of them. Seems some things don't leave you.
Seems so. Your father was right. You would have made a fine knight.
My father? He bloody put you up to this, didn't he?
Aye, he did. Said you were a good man once. That you needed reminding.
And you thought a few dead bandits would get me there, did you? You haven't seen the things I have, Northerner. Best you take your reminding and piss off back to the snow. We're done here.
Help! Anybody!
That's coming from the fields.
Bandits. They're everywhere. Helping as best he can, but everything's on fire.
Stay here. I'll deal with them.
Word is some northern prick killed half my men. Wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Is that all of you?
Yes.
Find somewhere
The
safe.
rest got out, but
I'll get Aaron.
I saw Aaron in the fields. He's fighting off the bastards alone.
Aaron, stay behind me!
Aye. Stay behind him, Aaron. Much nicer view of my sword going through his belly from back there.
Brother! You looking to join him? Stranger will have his hands full today, won't he?
That did you?
You'll pay for that! Not like this. How's that feel? Damn ye!
Tis but a scratch. Stranger, you can have me now. You can thank me for a quick death. That won't stop me! All right, we'll call it a draw.
Why'd you go and do that?
I've not given you much to be proud of late. Tell Father I'm sorry. I tried.
I saw the smoke. Karen?
He'd have made...
You've the...
What's wrong? Scared of a little blood?
My village! Please! They're in danger!
Yeah. Well, that's...
Just down the path! I pray it's not too late.
Jeg er ikke gået endnu. Bare disse flakker med. What? Virker det ikke?
Means you can carry them on a belt as a sidearm. But a character on a budget might be better with an axe. And if you're going into a battle, you might also want some more damage or some better range. Now, if you've got the budget, you can solve that by going big. With the right training, a big sword can be impressive and deadly, but it can still be outranged by a much cheaper, pointy stick. And if you want range, then a bow is fantastic until your enemy gets close and you need a backup. Because ultimately, the reason so many weapons were used throughout history is because there is no best weapon. All of these have their own strengths and weaknesses, and deciding what is best for a character means you need to understand who they are, what's going on in their world, what they're using it for, what their limitations are. So when you're planning out a story and you want to find out what the best weapon is going to be, using a tool like World Anvil to track your setting, your towns, your cities, your people, their relationships, and all of that stuff means that you can choose the right setup for your story. Because ultimately, the best weapon for any character is the one that's best for the story. So for starters, let's take a dive into swords. It's probably not an exaggeration to say that these are the most popular fantasy weapon. Whether you're looking at ancient mythology or modern video games, more of the magic items and more of the heroes' weapons are likely to be swords than any other weapon type. But why is that? Swords have been really popular throughout history. As mentioned earlier, they come in all sorts of different shapes and sizes, and they can be used for both slashing and stabbing. They're also expensive to make, requiring quite a lot of metal for their size when compared with, say, an axe or a spear. And that gives them status. It costs money to make one of these things, and so they were more likely to be wielded by wealthy people and more likely to be considered of significance. They were also more likely, therefore, to be handed down through generations. A good sword wasn't something you just threw away at the end of a battle, it was something you wanted to keep hold of, treasure, and look after. And so heirloom swords make their way into mythology a lot more than, say, axes. This is a pattern that we see in a lot of mythology and fantasy. Historically, most heroes in these kind of stories were of reasonably high status, and so the weapons they wielded, the equipment they had, was meant to display that status and often even exaggerate it. A magic sword proved a king's worth because a regular sword was expensive. This is partly why big swords are so popular. Despite not being used that much throughout history, when they were used, they were impressive, they were expensive, they were more likely to be displayed or used as status symbols, and so they had this wow factor that you just don't really get from a spear. Now, this isn't to say these were just about status. Big swords could be used for controlling areas, blocking off spaces, and generally making sure that people didn't go where you didn't want them to. In other scenarios, they were deployed against pike formations because their mass and their hooks were really good for pushing aside enemy weapons and creating an opening for your mates to rush in. But it's also worth noting that that shock factor was not insignificant. The fact that this is bigger and more expensive than someone else's gear means that the person wielding it probably has access to training and equipment that is beyond them. If you see a big guy running in with one of these, you would want to be pretty confident in the discipline and the training of the guys around you to know that you'd be able to take him, because otherwise you're going down. And that confidence and morale is a huge part of winning or losing a fight. And it's one of the reasons that these were so popular in history and why they've retained that kind of impact moving into fantasy. Now, smaller swords, being much easier to carry, didn't fulfill that same role. They were much more likely to be your backup weapon that you used after getting in close when your other larger spear or whatever wasn't suitable anymore. They were also much more suitable for general civilian carry. As a self-defense tool, something like this doesn't require too much space between you and the enemy to be able to draw, and it also means you can still walk through doorways and eat and do things like that without it being an inconvenience. And that made swords an incredibly popular sidearm for anyone who could afford them. They could be carried in the street, so increasingly elaborate designs displayed status, and they could be used in duels, which paves the way for swashbuckling heroes and characters like that. A sword may not be as specialised as an axe or a hammer, and it may not have the reach of a polearm or a spear, but its ease of carry makes it an excellent companion for a travelling adventurer, can be easily drawn and wielded on the go, and it retains this image of a heroic weapon even today, allowing you to make your heroes look like heroes just by wielding one. But swords aren't for everyone, and especially in times and places where metal wasn't all that common, they were also pretty rare. But if you can't get hold of a sword, there's a pretty good chance you can wield one of these. Axes were also an incredibly popular sidearm throughout history. It doesn't take much to keep one of these in your belt while you're wielding a larger weapon, and then draw it out when you need it. But compared with a sword, the fact that the handle's made of wood and you only have a small amount of relatively solid metal in the head means that they were easier to maintain and less expensive to produce. But this isn't to say they were just unrefined brute force weapons. Historical axes made for war were a lot thinner and therefore lighter and faster than axes that are designed as tools. Although there were also cases where something that's in between could be useful as both a tool and a weapon. They were often made with a shape that was good for both slashing and hooking. And while they weren't specialised stabbing weapons, a thrust with an axe is still going to cause you a sad time. The interesting thing for me is that the common fantasy is of these as brute weapons, moved slowly for big, powerful hits. But in real life, these were actually kind of difficult to use. You've got to be pretty precise with your strike to make sure that you hit with a relatively narrow blade compared with the full-length blade of a sword. You also don't have very much defense for your knuckles, so when you're parrying or blocking, you need to be incredibly careful about where you place that. often using maneuvers that push enemy weapons out of the way before retaliating, or even using the hilt to block an attack and force your axe into your opponent's face. In many ways, these were just as much a finesse weapon as a sword was, and high-status warriors wielding big axes like the Huskarls fulfilled a very similar role to the bodyguards wielding giant swords. Unfortunately, because a modern audience is much more used to the weight and speed of a woodcutting axe, some of the finesse and skill involved in a combat axe has been lost to modern perception. But for a fantasy character who wants to wield a weapon that inflicts very scary wounds, or for a character that's from a more down-to-earth, grounded background and wants to use them wandering through the woods, I still think an axe is an excellent choice of backup, and I would really like to see more of them in the hands of ranger characters, rather than the standard knives and daggers. Now, the axe's angrier sister is the hammer. Like an axe, they mostly are made of wood and use a relatively small amount of metal at the top. Although, depending on the hammer, this might still be a heck of a lump. It doesn't take anywhere near as much finesse to make as something like a sword. Also like the axe, they evolved from tools, with the tool version being a lot heavier and slower than the ones used as weapons. Although in a pinch, something like this might still serve as a breaching tool. This has also led to a slight difference in the way they're perceived in fantasy. And while the axe is generally considered a tool to show off someone's brutality, a hammer is generally a sign that they are incredibly strong, often wielding things with a mass that would be greater than their own body. In real life, of course, this doesn't hold up. Even if you had super strength, wielding something that's heavier than you is going to result in you moving around the weapon rather than the weapon moving around you. But once again, it neglects some of the finesse that existed in the real versions of these weapons. This could be carried once again as a backup. You could have it alongside a shield, and you could use it relatively quickly with the option of turning it around and getting especially brutal. The hammerhead was particularly good for hitting opponents in armor, because you don't have to get through it to ring the bell, create a dent, and stun them for a couple of seconds so that you can close in with your dagger or your pick and finish them off. So in real life, the fantasy stereotype of blunt equals subduing damage kind of falls down, and these were just as brutal, if not more so, than axes. A character that wields one of these as a sidearm instead of a sword is probably doing so because they care more about damage than they do about status and finesse. They're probably that little bit stronger, that little bit angrier, and they really don't like people in armor. They're a particularly good backup weapon for a strong archer who uses heavy longbows, because they have the power in their shoulders to swing it down while not necessarily having the melee training to be able to go toe-to-toe with an opponent with a light sword. This thing both fascinates and terrifies me, and while I wouldn't necessarily want to use one myself, there's definitely a place for them for an interesting fantasy character. And now we come to the broadest category in this video: polearms. A polearm is basically any long stick-based weapon, and there's a version of every other weapon type I've talked about and more covered in this category. The quintessential polearm is probably a spear, because all you need is a stick and a way to make it pointy, and you've got one of these. They are probably one of the oldest weapons after the regular blunt hitty stick, and are used even today in modern warfare in the form of bayonets and things like that that make a pre-existing stick into a pointy one. Spears are an incredibly versatile weapon. They can be used as long pokey sticks to keep people at bay, choked up and used in close quarters like a staff, one-handed with a shield. They can be thrown, they can be anti-cavalry, they can be used from cavalry, they can clear space, or be used in a one-on-one duel at both long and short range. And the vast majority of other polearms that exist are basically a spear that has been specialized for another purpose. Some prioritize slashing damage, some are longer and better at stabbing, some are heavier and better at hitting, some are designed for holding space better, some are designed to be better in a duel, some are better for catching people, some deal bludgeoning damage and are less lethal, some are more lethal. But by taking the bit that you like about this and amplifying it, you can create a weapon for basically any purpose. But despite all that versatility, polearms, and especially spears, are much rarer in fantasy than they were in history. Part of that is probably because they were cheap and common. In a huge number of armies throughout history, the spear was the standard infantry weapon that everybody used. And so making myths and legends about them feels a bit unexciting to most people. There's also the fact that the myths and legends were often made and propagated by people of relatively high status, whereas a polearm could be a pretty cheap thing that you already had on your farm. But spears and polearms are fantastic weapons for fantasy characters. Because of their versatility, a character who's got one of these as part of their kit will never really have to switch it out depending on the circumstance. They can just change to use a different technique, which can be very visually impressive. They also have a hugely important historical role in fighting monsters. Almost any time someone in history wanted to fight and kill something that was bigger than them, they took a pointy stick and they prodded it from a distance until it fell. So forget your massive monster hunting greatswords and hammers. A true monster hunter wields a polearm. But if you really want to take out something bigger and stronger than you, you need a ranged weapon. And no Bloomineck video would be complete without mentioning my favourite weapon, the bow. Like spears, bows have been around for a really, really long time. They've been invented separately on almost every continent that humans have inhabited, and their basic premise, although it's gone through loads of different iterations, remains basically the same. They're a way of launching pointy sticks by amplifying your own muscle power to kill things that are a long way off. Bows are fairly frequently represented in modern media, and because they have a pretty clear link to hunting, the characters that use them often embody the qualities of the hunter. They're stealthy, they spend time outdoors, they're good at tracking, they often have animal companions, they tend to go with just a knife and relatively small amount of equipment and travel over long distances, and they're patient and they wait to snipe their targets. But their association with cunning, guile, and craftiness has also created a different stereotype of archers. That of rapid, agile shooters who delight in attacking from unusual positions and are generally pretty fast on their feet. This split between archers as hunters and archers as show-offs can be found as far back as ancient Greek mythology, with Artemis and Apollo, the twin gods of archery, being also the gods of hunting and of performances, respectively. But in prioritizing the cunning and agility of archers, something has been lost. In modern stereotypes and modern fantasy, archers are almost always agility or dexterity-based warriors. Their attacks deal relatively low damage and are high speed. Or they're slow and do low damage, but they still run off an agile physical stat. Whereas in real life, if you want a bow to deal more damage, it needs to have more weight. The more powerful a bow is, the stronger the person that wields it needs to be. This has a 60-pound draw. So when I'm shooting at relatively high speeds, I'm pulling that weight back for every single shot. And that takes energy. Historical war bows, which had draw weights sometimes of between 100 and 180 pounds, could take years of training to even draw back. Never mind shoot effectively. I don't have those years of training, I'm out of practice. This is beyond me at the moment. Even somebody who's naturally pretty strong and athletic would struggle with a bow like this unless they've specifically trained their body for it for a long period of time. The interesting thing is, this used to be more well known. In ancient mythology, characters like Heracles, who were known for their strength, were also known for being really good with a powerful bow. Odysseus, despite primarily being known for his cunning, was able to display his strength by stringing a bow that nobody else could. But as the use of heavier bows falls further and further into the past, and modern target bows not only don't need that weight, but are actively hampered by being harder to use, that perception of archers as strong has faded away. And the idea that they are skinny, scrawny, agile characters has taken over. And look, I love me a dexterous guile archer. I really like the archetype of the rogue archer and the ranger archer. But I think we're missing something by losing out on the strength required for that. I think meeting in the middle between axes requiring some finesse and bows requiring some strength would allow for a really interesting archetype of a woodsman hunter character who uses axes and bows. Much like Connor in Assassin's Creed 3. And look, I mentioned bows, so I need to talk about crossbows. Crossbows fulfilled a similar but different role in combat. They were harder to make, more expensive to produce, and way easier to learn to use effectively. While a heavy warbow could take years of training to get strong enough to pull back, a heavy crossbow could use a crank or leverage to be able to get a much higher draw for much less effort, meaning that you could take a group of relatively untrained soldiers and have them equipped and effectively wielding crossbows in a relatively short space of time. They had a really interesting historical niche, in Europe at least, in that they were a more expensive weapon, but a weapon that was more likely to be wielded by untrained soldiers. In other parts of the world, that wasn't necessarily true, and fancy siege crossbows and repeating crossbows developed in Asia fulfilled different roles in their battlefield. But even if your crossbow is repeating, the amount of power you can get into it from this position is not going to be as much as you can get into a bow by using your entire body weight for the same amount of speed. So a bow was always still the weapon of somebody that wanted to do more damage on a more regular basis, while a crossbow was a more accessible tool for somebody that wanted something that they could use more easily. Which isn't to say that crossbows were only used by people that didn't have extreme training. Highly trained and skilled crossbowmen developed complex tactics that involved the use of moving shields to exploit the fact that you don't need to be aiming at your target while you draw this back, so that you could stay safe and then pop around ready for your shot. But the fictional version of crossbows bears very little resemblance to their real historical role because of one thing: guns. Almost any time you see a crossbow in fiction, it is being used as a visual analogue for a gun. They will be used and held in the same way that guns are. They might be used crossbows akimbo, and they're generally rapid firing, especially when compared with the real-life versions, which could frequently take the best part of a minute to reload. Now, while this stereotype doesn't really hold up, this isn't to say that the more realistic version doesn't hold a place in fantasy. A realistic crossbowman fulfills more of a role of a sniper, who can shoot from relatively hidden positions, compared with an archer who needs more space for the limbs of their bow. They're going to be less out in the open, and they can spend more time waiting with the whole thing cocked and drawn for the moment to shoot. But if you really want to lean more into the firearm trope and make them more like a modern weapon, then they can also be wielded by a character who's crafty, good at inventing, or in a more steampunk setting, to make a crossbow, which can be used relatively rapidly to put a sequence of bolts into a target at moderately high power, effectively replacing the niche of a regular bow with something that can be held more like this. And look, there are many other weapons like slings, flails, meteor hammers and the like, which I haven't covered here and are still incredibly cool. And mostly, I just don't own one. But between swords, axes, hammers, polearms, bows and crossbows, I feel like we've got a pretty good selection of heroic weapons. So let's rank them. Okay, this has turned out to be way harder than I thought it would be. I kind of love all of these weapons, and I don't actually hate any of them. But I said I would come up with the best, so here's my ranking. At the bottom tier of these things, which isn't to say they're bad, is crossbows and hammers. Both of these fulfill important roles in historical weapon use, but they're both a little bit niche when it comes to a fantasy character. This one being specifically good for getting through armor, and this one being specifically more of a kind of sniper role, because fantasy heroes are unlikely to fulfill the untrained militia stereotype. So it's gonna largely come down to using it a bit like a gun. And to be honest, if you're gonna use something a bit like a gun in a fantasy setting, you may as well just use a gun. They've been around since easily as long as plate armor, much, much longer in Asia. So we have options there to replace it anyway. If we're going fantasy, let's go full fantasy. Next up, I've got swords. I'm being a bit unfair by ranking these and these into the same category because they're very different bits of kit. But swords are incredibly good. They're an incredibly useful tool for a fantasy adventurer, but they're hugely overrated. Any given fantasy setting has dozens of magical swords and so few magical everything else that I really feel like I would like to see more of other things. So this is ranking where it is, not because it's not useful, it is and remained an incredibly useful tool, but I think it is slightly overrepresented and I would like to see more of the other things. Please don't hate me. Next up are bows and axes. I love both of these. They're both a very good weapon for an underdog type character who isn't as wealthy as a sword wielder. So for a Robin Hood style rising up from the ranks, they both have a really good role. You can play up your strength a little bit with an axe or a bow if you want to. And there's an amount of finesse involved in really skilled axe fighting that I would just love to see more of in media. Axes being used in duels were incredibly rare, but in Viking times, training with axes was done to an extent that they clearly would have been very, very good at it, if it came to it. This thing can be thrown, it can be used in melee, it can be held as a backup, so someone could use both of these at the same time. And that, I think, creates a niche for a very fun character. These, meanwhile, are just a very, very good ranged hero weapon. They can be used for rapid shooting, they can be used for long-range shooting, they can be used to emphasize power, they can be used to emphasize speed and agility, they can be used from horseback or on foot and develop very, very different tactics depending on what you do with them. And they're cheap to make, in theory, but they require a high amount of skill to get good with. And I think that's really, really useful for a fantasy character. They can be starting out on their journey and still have something like this, and they can progress and become an incredibly skilled and highly dangerous warrior while still wielding it. But while I absolutely love bows and they continue to be my favorite weapon, they are not, in my opinion, the best weapon for a fantasy character. Because the best weapon for a fantasy character is one of these. Polearms in general and spears in particular just have so much going for them. They can represent that underdog mentality, or they can be fancy and flourished and wielded as something that someone with a lot of prestige has. You can use them in almost any historical setting. They can be used with or without a shield. There are so many different options. And like the bow, they have a low-cost startup, but a very high skill ceiling. You could spend your entire life training with a spear and still not discover everything that it can do. So for someone that is starting out on their adventurer journey, or someone that's been on their adventurer journey for a long time, this is an incredibly useful bit of kit for them to have with them, and they can carry other weapons as well while still using this as their primary. I think there's a lot still to be explored with these, and I would love to see more representation of them in modern Western fantasy media. So that's been my ranking. As always, I will absolutely have missed things, fumbled points, and generally worded things poorly. So if there's extra points you want to make, please drop them down in the comments. If you want to check out more of what I do, my channel is obviously here, but I will put a link down to my link tree below so you can see where I got some of these things from and where I can teach you some stuff about archery. Otherwise, I hope you have a wonderful week. Thank you very much for coming this far, and I will see you in the next video. Humans love telling stories about battles, which means that over time we've accumulated thousands and thousands of myths, legends, oral traditions, books, video games, comic books and films about the use of various types of weapon. But as these things become more and more enshrined in the stereotypes of fantasy, sometimes the way that they're used in that media doesn't really reflect the reality. Now, is this a problem? Of course not. As long as the stories themselves work, it doesn't really matter how realistic they are. But I personally find it fascinating to compare the way that these things were used in real life with the way they're used in fantasy. So here are 5 weapons that fantasy absolutely loves to get wrong. Hi, my name's David, aka Bloominack, and if you're used to watching my channel, you've probably seen me prattling about doing trick shots, swinging swords, or even flipping around on a pole. But today it's bloody freezing, so I've put on some boots and I've grabbed some different weapons, and we're going to talk about fantasy versus reality. So first off, a disclaimer. I flipping love fantasy stories. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. Everything I do comes out of love for the genre. And just because I'm talking about the difference between fantasy and reality doesn't mean that the fantasy is bad. There are many cases in which the way that these things work in fantasy fiction is for a reason, and that stereotype actually is probably more useful to the stories they tell than the reality would be. So bear that in mind, we're going to compare it, but I will try and do justice to the spirit of the fantasy as well where I can. The second thing that I want to point out is that there are so many weapons I could talk about with this, but there are only a few weapons that I actually have in my shed. So those are the ones that we're going to start off with, and as I accumulate more, we can do more of this kind of thing. Now, I love fantasy stories. I love the settings, I love the characters, and I love the magic. And video games can be a great medium for telling those stories. They put you in a character's shoes, let you be them, move as them, and even make choices for them in a magical world. But no matter how open the game is, or how skilled the character, they're often limited by what the developers thought of, which can get kind of frustrating. Tales of Fablecraft is a digital role-playing game designed to aid and enhance your imagination, providing you with a world and stories and monsters to fight, but letting you decide and imagine how those fights take place. It's similar to a classic tabletop RPG, but with dice rolls, mechanics, character creation, maps, and encounters all already included within the game. It's easy to just pick up and dive into. The latest expansion, Once Upon a Wildwood, takes you into a magical forest filled with mystery, monsters, and goodness knows what. So whatever your fantasy, grab a group of friends and let imagination take the reins with Tales of Fablecraft. Download from the link below or in my bio. So first off, because we've got to start somewhere, let's talk about knives or daggers. As with any type of weapon, there are absolutely hundreds of these things in various different forms, variations, etc. So we're going to talk in quite general terms. Knives or daggers in fiction fulfill a few different purposes. They're usually used by stealthy characters or characters who are fast and light on their feet. And like with any weapon in fantasy, the set of moves that you're likely to see people using in combat are not necessarily anything like the ones you'd expect to see in an actual fight. But given that watching actual fights is nowhere near as much of a spectator sport as films are, we can probably give that a little bit of a pass for the purpose of this. What I'm mostly interested in the ways in which the function of the weapon is completely different from how it would work in real life. And there's a couple of different aspects we can talk about with the knife. The first of which is throwing. In real life, throwing weapons tend to be, dare I say, a bit of a gimmick. Not in all cases, but a lot of the time, they are more of a demonstration of skill than an actual practical combat technique. And throwing knives tend to be somewhat different in appearance from a knife that's designed as a melee backup. They're lighter, they're more balanced, they tend to have fewer guards and grips and things on the handle, and they fly a bit better. In fantasy, any knife that you have in your hand can be thrown with perfect accuracy to make a kill every single time. But there's a few problems with this. One is that if you throw a knife, it tends to spin in the air. So I can throw it from here and it will stick, but if I stand here, it's the wrong number of spins and it doesn't do much good. And yes, there are no spin techniques that some people are really good at using that will make it stick at a different distance. I'm not as good at those, but you get the idea. But even if you can reliably throw a knife, the big problem with doing that is that now I don't have a knife anymore. It's all the way over there, and somebody running this way has just left me without what is probably, in most cases, going to be my last line of defense. Which brings me to my second point, which is that knives for warriors, soldiers, scouts, etc. were pretty much always a last line of defense. You might carry one of these for self-defense if you can't take any other weapons with you, and if you get ambushed, then yes, you're going to want to fight with it. But no matter how skilled you are and how good you are with a knife fight, the number one rule of knife fighting is don't be in a knife fight. Because there are almost no winners in those kind of fights. And yes, that means that somebody going into a fight with just a knife and slaying many people is a huge demonstration of how skilled they are, which is the biggest difference for me from the fantasy. Because in fantasy, you can be a knife fighter. You can make your D&D character and they can grab a dagger and yet it'll do a little bit less damage, but it's reasonably effective. Now, there are cultures that use knives more often and were more likely to be intending to use the knife. Say Vikings in a shield wall would often switch to a long sax, which was longer than this, as the name suggests, but essentially a large knife, so they could get in and do some jabbing. And many short swords throughout history were functionally just a big knife. But that's in conjunction with a shield, and it's after you've used your spears. There are very few situations where this is your first line of melee defense. They're light and small and easy to carry, and you take it as well as your other equipment. But this is a backup for your backup. An archer going into battle would run out of arrows or get enemies coming too close, and then they would draw a sword and a buckler, or pick a poleaxe off the floor. And only when things got too bad for that, when the enemy were right in close and brawling, would you take out your knife and jab at them. And functionally, a lot of the reason for that comes down to reach. If I have a knife like this, I have that much reach. But if I have an axe, I have that much reach. So somebody coming at me with a knife doesn't even have to get into a point where they can hit me, and I can start whacking them and slashing them and generally causing them to have a bad day. It's very, very difficult to use a very short weapon to beat someone with a longer one. You have to be better than them, you have to be faster than them, and you have to be luckier than them. And that is not a set of odds that most people would gamble on. So why doesn't fantasy do that? The answer, as it will be with many weapons, is because it's cool. It's cool to see a character with just a small knife take on 5 people armed with swords and win. It's cool to see somebody sneak around and take out 17 people before anyone even knows they're there using only a dagger. It's cool for the archer to run out of arrows and then draw 2 things which are functionally basically arrows from their back and charge in with them. So in many cases, the storytelling trumps the reality and the knives become more important than they would have been historically. Interestingly, it's worth noting that in a more modern setting or an urban setting, such as, say, the John Wick films, it's potentially more plausible for knives to play a larger role in melee combat because you are in a smaller space, you're more likely to be in close proximity with people, and the people you're in close proximity with are less likely to have something like this to fend you off with. So, speaking of which, let's have a look at this thing. This is an axe, and once again, I'm going to be talking in fairly general terms about axes. There are lots of axes. This particular one is a Polish self-defense tool. It's designed to be used as a walking stick while traveling through the mountains, and then not as the occasion arises. It's got a spike on the butt end of it, it's got a small hammer on this side, and it's essentially a short poleaxe. There are battle axes, there are hand axes, there are throwing axes, there are tomahawks, there are Dane axes, there are all kinds of different axes used for different purposes. But thankfully, the way that fantasy gets them wrong applies to almost all of them, because the main issue with axes in fantasy is one of scale. In a fantasy setting, this would represent a pretty small axe, probably a one-handed kind of jobby. But realistically, if I want to be able to swing this with any control, this is two-handed. And that's because this is a tool. This is designed for splitting wood. For splitting wood, it needs to be heavy. It's going through something very, very solid. And it doesn't need to be fast. As long as I can get it around and over and into the wood, then it's done its job. Whereas this thing, if it doesn't kill in its first strike, then it needs to be able to recover. I need to be able to make a second and a third and a fourth and a fifth attack if the occasion calls for it. And what you see throughout history generally is that axe heads are a lot smaller on axes designed for fighting than on axes designed for use in wood chopping. This axe has an area this large. If I swing it at something's chest and it's armoured, then that is the size of the hole I have to make in the armour with my swing. If I want to get this thing through some armour, it's got an extra sort of 50% on that, which is going to make it that little bit harder to penetrate. It's also a chunk wider, so if I want it to penetrate further in, this is going to have more and more problems doing that. Once again, good for splitting wood, which is hard, but splits down the grain. Not so good if you want to split a tin can. Which brings us to fantasy. In fantasy, it is incredibly rare, whether it's a video game or a film, to see an axe that is about the right size for a combat axe. You've got to remember, even the big, long, 6-foot Dane axes with the big curved blade had a very, very thin profile to keep the weight down so that you'd be able to keep swinging the thing over and over and over and over, using the momentum to drive away your enemies. If you have an axe with a head that's this big and this thick, the actual mass of steel on the end of that is enormous. And even if you're a big, brawny bloke, a lot heavier than I am, you're gonna struggle to get any speed and control on that thing, and somebody with something even like this is going to block aside your first attack, swing that into your face, and then follow up before you've even made a second strike. Which brings me to the other thing about axes in real life, is that they were brutal, yes. They were a heavy weapon compared with, say, a sword or a knife, but there was finesse to the use of an axe in battle. It's got a hook on it that you can use for disarming and controlling an opponent's weapon. If you choke it up somewhere down the handle, then you have an extra length here that you can use for reprisals, or even for using a block where you take the enemy's weapon coming in and use it to power your own strike towards them. There are lots and lots of different techniques for fighting with different types of axes. Because they were used a lot in history, they're a lot cheaper to make than a sword. So there was a lot of times when you would have an axe available to you and not a sword. So why is the fantasy so different? Number one is because of things like this. The average axe that most people will see in their day-to-day lives is a wood chopping axe or a wood splitting axe, and those are big. So when you think about an axe being used in combat, you start off with something like this, and then you think, well, it's not a tool, it has to be more dangerous than that, and to most people, more dangerous equals bigger with more of a cutting edge. So the stereotypical character that uses an axe is somebody that fights in a very brutal way. And what better way to show that visually than to have their strikes be heavy and slow and powerful, sending people flying across the room and bisecting them, rather than being light and fast and having control over the weapon. So in this case, it's very much a visual language of trying to show the story you want to tell and the character you want to tell using the big heavy weapon. In video games, there's also the matter of balance. Swords already exist. So if you want your axe to feel significantly different and your video game is not complex enough to involve like hooking and disarming mechanics, or to really portray much in the way of difference in reach, then you're gonna up the damage. But damage is king in a video game environment because fear and things like that aren't very important. So when you up the damage, you need to decrease the speed. And then to make that plausible, you increase the size and you gradually head towards the ridiculous great axes of fantasy fiction. So once again, the fantasy doesn't match the reality, but the fantasy has a reality all of its own. It's telling a particular type of story using the fantasy axe as a visual aid for that. It's not a problem, it kind of works, but I would love to see some more fast, skilled and controlled axe work in films because there's a lot of potential for some very cool combat with it. But I've been carrying some arrows on my back this whole time. I've already spoken about bows from trees, so let's have a look at these things. As some of you will already know, if you watch my channel, this is my specialty. Bows are my favorite. They are the thing that I started with first, and I can and do spend a lot of time talking about the difference between fantasy and reality bows. So let's go again. Like every weapon I have spoken about or will speak about today, bows come in a variety of different shapes, sizes, and cultures. And what is true of one is not necessarily true of another. So we're going to be stereotyping here. But in general, a bow is a way of launching a pointy stick at somebody that you don't like. In fantasy, these things can be fast, or they can be more like slow sniper weapons. They can shoot multiple arrows at once in a spread, or launch ridiculous trick arrowheads. They are wielded by stealthy, dexterous characters and deal devastating damage at range, with the caveat of leaving you somewhat vulnerable up close. And like with many things in fiction, pretty much all of that is true, for a given value of true. For starters, although modern target archery prioritizes accuracy over speed, and several forms of medieval war archery probably prioritized power over speed, there are several forms of archery that utilize speed as a priority. Although they're all a fair bit harder to do in the cold. Shooting multiple arrows at once probably wasn't a particularly common historical technique, but it does work. And you can use it to hit multiple targets. Trick arrows like boxing gloves and grappling shots were definitely rare if they existed at all. But fire arrows, poison arrows, rope cutters, blunt arrows and barbed arrows were all used for various different purposes. And while the most agile archery used in battle was probably mostly done from horseback, shooting from a raised position, or even upside down, is more than possible. And displays of acrobatic archery have been performed since as long ago as ancient Greece. So why is it included in this video? Well, firstly, because it's my thing, but secondly, because there are a couple of aspects to how bows are portrayed in fiction that don't match up to how they would work in real life. And the first is what happens when you get close to an enemy. Because characters in fiction will frequently continue using their bow right up until their enemy is this far away from them. And then they will do some point-blank shooting, or some stabbing with an arrow, or even whacking with the bow. And while there are very rare examples of bows that were made to be able to be used partially as melee weapons, the fact is that A, it's really damaging to the bow, and B, they're a lot less useful as melee weapons than melee weapons. An archer worth their salt who has come equipped for battle rather than someone who's out hunting and gets caught off guard is likely to be carrying, at the very least, a sword or an axe, and possibly also a buckler, a small shield, so that when the enemy starts to look like they might get close, you don't keep shooting. You discard your bow and draw a proper melee defense. So yes, archers wouldn't have been as well equipped as somebody that came in with a big pike or something like that as their primary weapon, and because of the mobility requirements of a bow, then they probably wouldn't be as heavily armoured around the shoulders as somebody that has come equipped for just shoulder barging people and using heavy close-range weaponry. But they certainly wouldn't be defenceless, and they would very, very rarely, unless taken completely by surprise, be resorting to using this to defend themselves. But that's a minor point, that's rule of cool, because when you've designed a character to be using a particular weapon set, visually and thematically, you want them to continue using that weapon set. It looks awesome for them to continue jabbing and stabbing with arrows and shooting in a range that frankly wouldn't be practical in real life. And it keeps that character looking like that character when you've got a bunch of other people fighting in different ways with swords and axes. Plus, from a choreography standpoint, it gives you the opportunity to do some very cool interplay of ranged and melee attacks to create move sets that you otherwise wouldn't be able to employ. By the way, I'm really sorry about the really bad lighting here. It's genuinely daylight in theory, but it's Britain in late autumn, so this is all I got to work with. In theory, the sun is somewhere up in that. But the other thing that's frequently got wrong about bows is that they are portrayed in fiction as requiring 0 strength to draw. This is a relatively mid-range bow. It's 60 pounds draw, but that means that every time I pull this back, I'm taking 60 pounds of strain across my shoulders. So if I want to keep repeatedly pouring arrows into a target, then that's 20 odd kilograms of weight that I'm pulling back for every single shot. And over time and lots of arrows, that is going to get tiring and it is going to require some strength. War bows that were used in heavy battle could be 2, 3, 3.5 times as heavy as this to pull back. And the people that were drawing them were not skinny, waifish cartoon figures. They were strong, powerful, and very, very heavily built. So when you see characters in films or TV drawing back a bow, and they obviously don't have a lot of muscle tone, and then they're pulling back the bow as though it's nothing, and you can't see any tension in the muscles of their arms or their back or their fingers, it looks weird. It looks like that bow doesn't have any power. And the same thing for video games or TTRPGs, when a character only needs dexterity to be able to aim a bow and they can completely dump their strength stat. That bow should not be doing any significant amount of damage to someone in armor. So what gives? Why all the waifish archers? There's a bunch of different reasons for this. One is that it's a way of keeping your scrawny looking characters off the front lines. Visually speaking, we expect people who are fighting in melee on the front lines of combat to look big and strong. And we expect people who are staying back and doing ranged things to look scrawny. It's a trope, it's a stereotype, it comes from things like David and Goliath, it comes from hunters versus warriors, it comes from the fact that archery was a women's sport and a martial art that women could practice in Victorian England onwards and in feudal Japan at times when it wouldn't have been seemly for a woman to be swinging an axe. So there's a whole bunch of things that create this more graceful, this less strong stereotype for bows. Also, the bows that you use in films for safety reasons are not strong and powerful bows, and usually when you want somebody to act in a film, you employ an actor. And that actor may not have experience of drawing strong and powerful bows. So if your training is not up to scratch, or if it's not a priority in the scene, then the tension and the weight of the bow can get forgotten about and left behind in favor of the emotions and the storytelling. I get it. And when it comes to video games or TTRPGs that use stats, this is a problem for every single weapon. There is no weapon in the world that only requires strength and not agility or dexterity to wield. Even a massive sword, once you get it moving and you're using your strength, then it's more a case of coordination to be able to actually hit what you're aiming for. And for a bow, yes, you need strength to draw it back. You also need coordination to aim it. It's going to be a combination of the two. But for a video game, it turns out you don't want to need intelligence and perception and dexterity and strength to all be maxed out to be able to use any given weapon effectively. So they rely on one of them, and that makes sense. And if you want to create tropes where your archers are fast and agile, which is really cool, and that is one of my favorite tropes of an archer, is the like speedy, great movement kind of guy, then you're going to probably link it to other things related to speed and agility. It's a simplification and it's a storytelling tool. But it would be nice to occasionally see a little bit more of the kind of archery that emphasizes that yes, you do need at least some strength to be able to do this. Now, my fingers are starting to go numb, so to give them a break from shooting a bow, we're going to switch to talking about the bow's sibling and rival, the crossbow. I have gone on at length about the difference between bows and crossbows before, and I will do so again. But functionally, crossbows are like bows that take a bunch of things that are normally part of the human body and make it into part of the machine. You can keep them at full draw for longer, you can move around with them at full draw, and they are a lot easier to learn to use effectively. For a bow like this, this is a 175-pound draw crossbow. It's a bit of a faff for me to be able to cock it, because I've got to put my foot through a stirrup and use two hands, but assuming I can get my boot through, then I can get 175 pounds of draw into this. I can't pull back 175 bow, I'm stuck somewhere around 120 at the moment. So this has a heavier draw weight than a bow that I could use, and in theory, I could crank that up with a crank or an additional gadget to be able to use a bow that is a crossbow of 600, 1,000, 1,500 pounds. As long as you've got the leverage in your cocking mechanism, then you can draw back and shoot something with a lot of power in it. The downside of that, and the thing that is often forgotten about when you talk about power in a crossbow, is that they are always a lot shorter, or almost always a lot shorter than an equivalent bow. And they had their monstrously high draw weight to compensate for that shortness. The amount of energy that a bow imparts is a function not only of its draw weight, but also of its draw length. So the actual energy that this thing puts into an arrow is actually less overall than my 60-pound bow that I was using earlier. And you can see that in penetration tests, both of bows of this kind of like mid-hunting weight, and also of heavier war bows and heavy war crossbows. You still, on average, tend to get slightly better penetration out of a top-end war bow than a top-end war crossbow of the same time period. But the fictional bow is slightly different, because they can look like this, and they can be held like this, and carried like that, and shot like that. They are used as replacements for guns in fiction that is set at periods when guns didn't exist. It's not the only thing that they're used for, and it's not the only stereotype of them, but it is the primary one. And what that tends to result in is crossbows that are powerful and fast. But in real life, you tend to get one or the other. Repeating crossbows did exist and they were made, but to be able to consistently cock back and shoot, it needs to be able to be cocked back relatively easily. This is probably the fastest crossbow that I have access to. It's only 80-pound draw, which is over a quite short span. It can be cocked as quickly as that. If it had a feeding mechanism, then you'd be able to shoot it every sort of 2-3 seconds. But as you can see, the power on it isn't actually enough to pierce into that target at this range. So it is not as good. And while something like this is still relatively fast for a crossbow because it doesn't require a crank to be pulled back, it takes a good few seconds and a fair amount of effort to get it ready to shoot in exchange for the power that you get out of it. Compare that with the speed and ease with which I was shooting the 60-pound bow earlier, and it's actually the bows that were the rapid shooting weapons at the time. Crossbows are not guns, or at least they are, but they are early guns. They are a thing that you get lots and lots of people with to shoot. Now, I understand the desire for fantasy guns, and it does look very, very cool when someone comes in dual-wielding crossbows and they pow, pow. But after that, they should be chucking them away and switching to something else. And the thing is, crossbows were very, very effective. They were used in war a lot, especially in cultures that didn't have a sort of constant rotation of people learning to use war bows. And the tactics that were used with crossbows are fascinating because it has a lot of options that you don't have available to you with a regular bow. You can keep this thing cocked and you can cock it separately from aiming it. So they were really, really useful for using with shields. And the best tactics and the most fascinating tactics to see that were used with crossbows involved using like essentially mobile cover. Big shields you could plant in the ground, wind up your crossbow, and then get back behind your shield. And that would be fascinating to see more of if we can stop using them as guns and start using them as what they actually were. But I've got one more weapon left to do, and it's cold and it's starting to rain, so let's crack on with it. This is a big sword. Call it what you will. Great swords, Zweihander, Claymore, Rachel. Lots of cultures had a dirty great sword at some point in their history. And in many cases, the names for them simply mean big sword, or two-handed, or big, or pillar. They were named for being huge. And it is. This damn thing is about 2 meters, which is taller than me. And it's a fair weight. It's about 3.6 kilos, which is something when it comes to swinging it around. But in fiction, a sword of this length would be probably at least as wide as the span of these hooks. It would have probably 6, 7, 8 times as much steel going into it, and it would weigh comparatively 6, 7, 8 times as much at least. Swords in fiction can be 20 pounds, they can be 100 pounds in some of the more ridiculous cases. And without really losing very much in the way of length, they can add a huge amount of mass. Sometimes with a much shorter handle, which gives you a lot less leverage. And that's because swords in fiction are frequently axes, realistically. The way that these things tend to be used is with a big two-handed overhead swing down like that. And there were swords that were used in that sort of way. They were called execution swords. They were for using on a target that wasn't going anywhere, and they were for making a single decisive cut through. And they were broader than this, and they were heavier than this, but this is a battle sword. This is a sword that would have been used either for attacking ranks of pikemen, in which case you use the weight and the momentum of it to bat aside their weapons, occasionally with a spin that gets you into range to then hit the person holding it immediately afterwards. Or it's a space clearer, the type of weapon that will be wielded by bodyguards and people that generally wanted to stop you going that way. So they would stand here and swing it about, using as much of the momentum as they could to keep you from getting into that space. And for that, it needs to be heavy, sure. It needs to have some mass. It needs to have a big, long cutting surface. But it's not a big, slow fantasy weapon, because it also needs to be able to be moved quickly. And a big function of these, to be able to move them quickly, is working with rather than against the momentum of the weapon. And that's where the fantasy ones go wrong, because even if you have a massive, massive sword and you're super, super strong, you are much better off making your swings continue the motion from strike to be able to hit repeatedly, time and again, than you are swinging the thing into the ground and then lifting it up and starting again. So why has this happened? Why has what is essentially a relatively finessed bit of gear that could be used in one-to-one duels, as well as for space clearing, as well as for tactical movements on a battlefield, become a giant cleaver for chopping? Well, in some cases, like video games or TTRPGs, it can come down to balance. The fact that you can chop over a much larger area, or that it is harder for someone else to get into your reach while you're swinging the thing, is a lot harder to portray in simple single-target games, or even in video games particularly. Whereas just saying, here is twice as much damage, but it's slow to compensate, allows you to use the same mechanics that the rest of the game is using, and make your sword feel different and special for being big, while still being balanced with the smaller, lighter blades. But there's another factor too. Rule of cool is always at play, and these kind of swords have been prone to exaggeration for a really, really long time. Several museums around the world contain examples of swords which are realistically too big to have been used in combat, in some cases by quite a long way. But people have tales of giant warriors wielding massive swords, and it was often a challenge or a fun thing for a blacksmith to do, was to use their skill to make the biggest sword they possibly could, and then it would get put on display somewhere as someone's ancestor's massive sword. In much the same way as people these days tend to make video game weapons, not necessarily because they're expecting to use them, but because they look cool. And the existence of these massive swords in museums and collections distorts the popular opinion of what a massive sword would be and how a massive sword would be used. But it also creates a legacy that these characters like Guts from Berserk, or Dante from Devil May Cry with his ridiculous one-handed 6-foot sword, can then follow on. Is it a problem? No. Are they incredibly cool? Yes. I would not own a 2-meter long sword if I didn't think that these characters with their massive swords in fiction were cool. But it's also fascinating to me that I can move a lot faster with this than I could if I was a video game character. So, there you have it. 5 weapons, 5 fantasy stereotypes which are loosely connected to 5 realities. Remember, all of these things are storytelling tools, and the way that they're used will vary depending on the story that's being told. Even here, I'm trying to tell a story. I'm trying to give you information about 5 things.
Meow, meow, meow.
things and how they were used in reality and how that differs from fantasy in a space of time that is much less than what it would take to do this justice. There are things I've glossed over, there are generalizations that I've made, and there are things that I will have missed. So do your own research if you need to, but if you need more info, you want more answers, you've got questions, or you want some tutorials on how to do some trick shots are very fun. They can be used to create excitement or tension. And the best ones can be used to showcase an archer's skill with a bow at the same time as some of their other qualities. Which is why pretty much every story featuring archers for the last few thousand years has featured at least one cool or impressive shot. As an archer myself, I've spent the last few years trying to find ways to replicate and modify those tricks, as well as developing a couple of my own. Today, I'm going to take 5 trick shots from film, TV, myth, and legend, talk about what makes them awesome, discuss the reality and the history behind them, and then attempt to recreate them, or at least get as close as I can. So, with a small...
doesn't look right. Så. Okay. Jeg tester bare lyd. Og det er hvor god den er.
Okay.
Den er umiddelbart fin nok. Hvor er jeg skal gå ned og hente? Hvor er jeg skal gå ned og hente?
Så går du ned og hente. Så skal bare lige have noget på.
True.
Så er det ikke så godt.
Det må jeg sige. Ja, det er for meget. Jeg glemte måske at sige, at jeg er livestreamer. Det er bare nu.
Der er gamer på.
Pisse også. Det kan jeg bruge til senere. Må på arbejde. Det er godt. Pink lemonade, faktisk godt det. Det var nok det jo. No. Jeg finder ud af, hvordan jeg ændrer den her. Jeg vil på Lego Collection. Den lille da. Nå. Skal vi hænge os selv? Du kan blinde barn. You had me like a fool. Hej. Hørte du det?
Ja.
Det er sådan prut. Det er sådan prut. Nej. Hallo. Velkommen til. Du får en besked over at stå warning. Jeg ved ikke, hvad det betyder. Du får en besked over at stå warning. Jeg ved ikke, om det er skydbrud eller sådan noget.
Det er Sheen, der insisterer på, at jeg skal købe noget.
Og warning simpelthen, okay.
Ja.
Jeg tænkte, det er fucking SOS det her.
Nej. Det er warning. Noget, som jeg muligvis kunne tænke mig ved at være udsolgt.
Okay. Ja. Okay. Det giver god mening. Du vil dø uden.
Ja.
Vi kender alle sammen det menneskelige behov for at købe Shein-tøj.
Mhm.
Nej. Ja, ikke?
What a shocker.
Nej, det virker ikke. Er det godt? Nej, ikke i starten.
Den burde ikke virke nu.
Nej.
Hvor streamer du henne?
YouTube.
YouTube? Nej.
Fucking amatør med mand. Det skulle da fuck up. Wow. Hvad har de lavet ved det? Nu kan vi trække dem tæt. Vi kan trække dem.
Wow.
Få dem opad. Nej, vi kan ikke. Vi kan ikke snurre dem rundt mere. Det synes jeg er en downgrade, så det ved noget. Og lege lidt med dem. Det er det eneste. Fuck, hvor dårligt. Det er spade.
Vi har ikke andre spørgsmål.
Vi har en Leviosa.
Og det er det.
Så vi kan ikke engang Lumus.
Mm-mm.
Det har vi jo glemt, hvordan vi gør.
Ja. Det skal vi jo gemme her.
Mondonkus Fletcher, så er det navn.
Det var flot.
Og det skulle da ham der... der betrayer. Den sidste der. Man, I killed so many people. This is not PG-free anymore. Yeah, they moved it up because Lego's actually Ja, det gør de jo så sidste episode, kan man sige.
Mhm. Jeg tror mere, det har noget at gøre med, at det var os, der spillede spillet.
Er det her det eneste, vi kan få i Cactus? Der er virkelig mange, der er brug for det. De er virkelig op med det samme. Ham der, han prøver at være besværlig, kan jeg lov til. Ja, ja. Hvad skal jeg gøre? Nej, selvfølgelig kan jeg ikke det. Det tror jeg er klogt.
Mm.
Står for wanker! Oh. More wanks! The fuck?
Nej.
You motherfucker. I just walk.
Mhm. Du har en hjort af mig.
Hm?
Ah.
Du kan ikke snumme rundt mere. Kom nu.
Kan du godt blive dårlig?
Skal jeg prøve Mars? Giv mig det.
This way.
Så skal vi på en barter.
Jeg ved ikke, hvad vi gjorde.
Du sætter 3 kopper.
Det var ikke det, jeg snakkede om. Kan vi komme til? Vi kan komme til at rense igen.
Det er seriøst spil. Det får bare en mærke. Oh.
Bitch.
I gotta kill you. Holy shit. Den tror jeg lidt af.
Du har besluttet dig. Nu er jeg nødt til at lade nu. Jeg ved ikke lige helt, hvordan jeg har det med at...
Ja, he got off age. Lige pludselig så blev han sådan ikke teenager med.
Nå, nej, det var bare...
Ja, det er det. Han lyder faktisk som en mand lige pludselig. Puberty hit det på.
Au. Hvad skal han? Han skal have. Jeg
Wow, det er...
Oh no.
Wow. No chill stuff. We got a ticket. We got a ticket. Here, sir.
Og der var en ticket igen nu selvfølgelig.
Your parents are dead, Harry. Wow. Fuck, det var sygt. I stedet for James Potter og Lily Potter, så står der bare Harry's dead parents. det her, hvor at... nej, er det det? Jeg kan ikke huske det. Er det her, hvor Harry han brækker ned? Eller det næste? Ej, det er sgu det næste. Man ser faktisk ikke mad fra mig, den her andre bitch.
Who the fuck am I?
Det er, hvad hedder hun?
Det kan vi vel se.
Det er Lovegood. Luna Lovegood, det er den her.
Hvorfor fanden spiller jeg sådan noget?
Det er hende, der henter dem i...
Ja, dem.
Oh wait, I forgot to play the game. Ja.
Ja, det er dejligt, synes jeg.
Ja, jeg glemmer det bare. Kan jeg ikke få til pitches? Ah, it's a bee! Vent. Så lad os. Vi kan anlage et eller andet.
Nå, det er det. Det er fordi, jeg er i gang med spilspillet.
Ja, vi gør det. What the fuck? Så en bi, et dårdyr. Der var man skal skabe der. Shit, nej. Det er sgu gode.
Du kan bare se mig.
Jeg er jo godt nok.
The split screen is doing something.
Hvad sagde du?
Det er bare
Det kan jeg ikke.
split screen, der har det helt.
Oh, we need... What the fuck do we need to do?
Skyde alting og håbe på, at der er noget, der virker.
Oh, we can... Stå stille for selv. Lige før der kunne jeg. Ja, men det kunne jeg... Det kunne jeg ikke lige før. Dim sucks. Hey, med dig. Mushroom man. You're not fucking... You're a bitch.
He is definitely not fucking.
Den er lige her. Den er misset. Stop!
Nej.
Slå min følelse!
De sidder meget tæt.
Skal vi kysse, Harry?
Nej.
Jo.
Nej, det er fedt.
Han er en meget stærk person. Jeg skal også bare igennem. Hello, I'm not gay anymore. Whoa, Ron. Jeg har pubertet nu, selvfølgelig. Og det er Umbridge, det er det, hun hedder. Så fucked up. Oh, who the fuck is this bitch? Han faldt i søvn. He did as well. Ja, klap. Det kunne jeg ikke. Please lad bare med at vække mig sådan der.
Det er for nu af den eneste måde, jeg gider væk dig på.
Videre.
Ja.
Ikke sandt. en opgradering i forhold til det lidt guarding med level, så lort vi ude på før. Ja, det kommer vi godt til her. Jeg har den stadig. Jeg har stadig en blomst. Bam. Wow, oh my god. Shit, spøgelserne over hurtigt den her gang.
Oh shit.
Hvorfor det skal være så stort?
Nå, det kan jeg ikke helt. Vi skal jo kunne se, at den er låst.
Umbridge! Hun gør fuck ikke må kysse. Oh my god, she's invincible.
Den nye butik åbner den 3. 10.
3. 10. Det kan du ikke. Hvorfor har fødselsdag?
Nå.
Er det en weekend dog? Det er det jo ikke.
Den 3. 10. der er det nok så dukker. Det er åbning af en ny butik. Socks to sock. Det er der, der må
Hvad er det min mamma og socks? Socks to sock. What? Nu når jeg kan se, hvad cutscene handler.
Det bliver helt distraheret.
I was fed up. Or something. Oh my god, han er så meget i far. Han kunne ikke bare give slip ham der. Det er fucking langt det. What's wrong, man?
What happened? What happened? What happened?
What's this?
Det er...
Oh my god. Jeg følte overhovedet ikke mere. Rød, grøn, blå, gul. Rød, grøn. Rød, grøn, blå. Ja, han er jo med. Nu kan vi ikke bruge dig til noget mere.
Hermione.
Hvor kæft de der boys har brug for alt deres kæft.
Hvad mener du så? Mega. Godt, det vil mig grine.
I don't like it. Jamen, det er der. What is happening? He froze me! What? Bad. For bitch boy, hvis vi gør et eller andet. What was this? We leave? Jeg har på fornemmelsen, der er en eller anden spell-ting.
Kontrolkonfiguration.
Næste figur. Det gør jeg også selvfølgelig.
Okay, så det er bare de samme som på den sidste. Så vi kan bare igen. Fedt.
Hvad er det børnespil?
So hilarious. Okay, how do Wingardium of the Leviosa out of these bitches?
Skævben. Du må have skævben.
Jamen, jeg kan ikke. I cannot change. Stuck in first class.
Så skal jeg slå madfejseren. Har man lavet, som man ikke ser. Kun små dyr kan ja. Can't help but think there's something about this Malfoy bitch boy. What?
Jeg tror, jeg fandt en guldklods.
What? Going insane! You can't mean it! Nå, okay, der er de skiftet controls alligevel. Jeg skal trykke X den her.
Nå, okay.
Hvad er det? Vi er bare ramt af.
Jeg vil ikke være.
Nå ja. What? Okay. I can't even move now. I can't move.
Det har gjort ondt i min sjæl. Godt, der var det eneste ikke nogen, der så det. You get books in your face now.
About cats. Huh? What are? Thank you. What? Vi må ikke lære alle de farlige. Så vi må ikke Expelliarmus. Vi kan kun Lumus, Patronus.
Og hvad fuck er det her? Nå.
What the fuck is that? That's not a cannon.
It's a bird.
Oh, it's a green hole. Oh, that's right here.
Fuck, det er sød. Jeg foretrækker 100% den der lille fugl frem for...
Run?
Okay, han var henne.
Bitch boy, you got your fucking spoon or whatever.
Got your spoon.
Oh, thank you, I want spoon. Han blev lige for reddet af det der. Nej, det var ikke godt. Jenny.
Fuck brother is speeding.
Ja.
Nå, hvad er det?
Det er det nye. Har du ikke set dem?
It's like a cat.
Ja. Please don't. Wow, that's new. Yum. Luna left good. What are you doing? God, that's weird.
Didn't see anything.
We can't see it. Harry, you high?
Harry is high. Hi, Harry.
I don't know, man. I think it's a puberty thing.
Harry's gone insane.
Hun ser slet ikke weird nok ud.
That is a skeleton horse.
Wait, what? Det er stadig ikke noget, hvor vi kan få det så. Altså... Det er bare free to play det her spil.
Det var fordi, at det her spil, det er bare...
It ain't.
Fuck is this?
Where's Fun Train? I need your help.
Come on.
I need you to take the other leaf. Thank you. Now we get a fishing well or something.
Wow, so predictable.
Doesn't help. Fuck, den er dum. Fuck, den er dum. Dum fisk, mand. Der er lumus.
Et liv i fare.
Oh my god, coins.
Wait a goddamn minute. Who are you?
What the fuck?
Huh? Yep.
Hvad kan man sige? Oh my god, hun kommer tættere og tættere på. Men er hun oppe i luften?
She did.
Well, can she fucking die? Ready?
No.
Please? Yeah, what do you... Du var flot helt op i luften.
Hold on. Fuck!
107 health.
What the fuck is going on?
It does not suck. Perfectly normal. Didn't mean it.
Fuck, jeg ville faktisk godt gøre ned i bevædningen igen.
Og den her, den vil have kylling. Det er sådan, det er så svært. Don't worry, I fixed it, honey.
Great, thank you.
Bye, ballast driver. This guy wants the blowjob fish. Jesus Christ. Se, så ser hun weird ud. Den er på tide. Wow, freestyle.
Det er bare 90%. det er det. Oh my god. The flowers be activated. Halgren. Lumos. Bitch. There you go. Tillykke. Yay! Jeg kommer med at gøre nogle ting nu.
De store ting. Hvad er nu den der? Hvad?
Jeg ved bare, de ting, du ikke vil lave. Så kan du bare gå rundt og samle coins. Prøv at se, nu har vi 200.000. Næsten 300.
Ja. Kan den ikke lave den der glitch?
Nej, der har de fikset.
What? Indtil videre så er det gamle altså bedre.
Det er det, man altid siger, man skal aldrig prøve at gøre bedre, men
If it ain't broken,
Don't fix it.
don't broke it even more. That's grammar. Meow. Jesus Christ, this cat is speedy. Why da? Wow. Can't hit me, can't hit me. Grab me, come on. Can't hit me, you can't hit me. I'm a kitty cat. Who's that?
Your mom. Skal vi skifte igen?
I'm much more comfortable with this. Oh my god, the serious.
We got a kitty. We don't know what to do with the kitty. We're on the naughty list.
Det tror jeg også. No. He's trying to create the Order of the Phoenix, I guess.
Det er rigtigt.
Just for... Yeah, you have the... Skill.
Niveau.
Niveau?
Ja, vi er inde i et niveau. Hang on. I can beat you up.
Stop hitting me!
No! Okay, og det kunne vi simpelthen ikke gøre.
Nej, kunne vi ikke. Der er ikke brækkertår, kan vi gøre med? Nej. Hvad var det?
Literally shaking coins out of it.
Nej, lad mig være, Harry. Du har set nyhederne nok før i dag.
Clearly not.
Wow, hvad er det? Fløj bare helt vejen ned ad bakken. Okay. Man kan høre dem overfor.
It's not. You were wrong. Jeg tror, du skal grave.
Where it doesn't allow me. It doesn't. Oh, big money. Yeah, why the hell doesn't it say anything?
Kom her. Huh? ind til ham der. Prøv at se, om vi kan til skoven, så... Jo, hvis du vil have med musik.
Ja, lad os gøre det med det. Skål. Nibble! Is it nibble? Was that the young kid? I can't remember which name. Var en Miguel sidste ting. Oh my god, the skeleton is gonna do a dance. And then did it. Der er noget i den der. Excuse me? Maybe this is weird, isn't it? What is this? Yeah, we get the point now. How do we get in there? Oh, der er et eller andet, vi kan kravle ind på en eller anden side.
Men jeg tror, det er det der ting.
Den er vist så dårligt, det er et børnespil! Han er ikke noget, jeg skal også. Det er pist.
Prøv at se, om du kan gå ind.
Døren. Der er altid et eller andet, vi ikke har smadret. What is this? I did something.
I hate it here.
Yeah. We got this. Don't you worry, baby. Storf. Fasak.
Facecam.
En stor fan af bukser. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, meget fint. Jeg elsker... Okay, skal vi... Skævben.
Hallo.
Hallo. Jeg gider ikke, hvis vi ikke får true wizard. Up in this bitch. We need the true wizard, my lords.
Du får jo true wizard af. Ligesom at være tilbage på min egen livestream.
Der er folk, der siger, jeg elsker bukser. Klassisk. What do you want me to do? It's bait, surely.
Du står her meget på det her.
Okay, så det kan man ikke nå.
Vent, prøv at løfte den op. Skyd den.
Det kan være, at du kan slå nogle ting op. Ja. Og sætte så. Lige før kunne vi ikke finde den der. Det fucking... It doesn't make sense. Ja, den får en lidt fucking blomst der. Jeg skal motherfucker. Yeah!
Det er så hyggeligt, at de har gjort, at man kun kan gøre bestemte ting, når man har gennemført noget af historien. Ja, så fedt. Gør mig slet ikke irriteret.
What? Doesn't do anything. We just live with it. Oh my god, han er jo ikke god sådan noget. Hvorfor vil han have en dildo? Hvad var det? No, it's a dildo.
Jeg er bare i gang med at lave bøger. Prøv at se.
Ægte wizard.
Skål. Der er dukken. Yay! Elevfar.
Nå, men det er bare. my god, throwback. Sådan, der er ikke nogen, der får lov til at se, fordi recordingsene forsvandt. Fuck. Apple.
Mickey Mouse.
That's true, the floor needs...
Det er så dig.
Hvor er det perverst. Jeg vil have en skeletarm. Og så gider jeg ikke have den. Fuck up, man. Stop det.
Stop.
This is how you repel the dark arts.
Er det der Katie?
Uden for banen. Armé. Kan jeg se, der var oven på den? En armé. Det står der. Dumbledores armé. I'm not fucking around.
Jeg elsker, at det bare er Anders, der skriver. Kun Anders. Jeg vil gerne se en bukserskab.
Jeg tror ikke... Anders er så gammel. Hvor er det så andet?
Eller også er Anders rigtig gammel.
Eller så er Anders rigtig gammel.
Der er no in between.
Eller så er Anders ikke særlig god til dansk bare.
Nej.
Oh, Neville! Så det ser pænt ud.
Nej.
Det er heller ikke en Neville. Den der ude. Nej, det er Neville. Selvom jeg gav det væk. Fuck. Jamen, det er photography boy.
Så, tillykke. Du er gamer. Juhu!
Nu han går, der skal ikke billeder af os alle. Thank you. Every key fits in a lock, sugar. Well.
That was perverted and nasty, and I did not like that sound.
Yes, you did.
No. I absolutely did not.
Stop hitting me! Do not like it. Ow.
Heldigvis er det kun en game. Rude.
Ja. The fuck? Lige penge. What am I doing?
Fuck, definite game, dude. It's a trumpet.
I don't have that spell. I don't have that spell. She's hacking.
tryk B for at beskytte dig selv mod angreb.
Hvad er X?
Baneklammer.
Så kan bare begge. Eller den her. Det er jo rundt. Match farver og sådan noget, når man dør der. I know. Jeg er så stolt af dig. I er min familie. Harry.
Get this motherfucker away.
But there's this Asian in class. Homer. Who just
Mistletoe.
Harry bliver totalt
Jesus
ude.
Christ. What the fuck is going on?
Oh my god, the ass grab. Ew.
What the fuck is happening?
He lost that. Weasley klistersko. Dem har vi. Klistersko, du skal jo.
Jamen, jeg havde en uge, så jeg tænkte muligt, så skulle jeg.
Jamen, man vil tænke, at en ugle kan fucking flyve, man. Oh, can I kill her? Yes, I can. She died. Pretty snided. Oh, henter vi far.
Yay! You want some watermelon?
Or if it's inside a watermelon.
Du kan godt se, din kæreste er verdens bedste person til at udvikle vandmelon.
For hvad?
Til at udvikle vandmelon.
Udvikle.
Udvælge.
Ja. Jeg er fast i det. Jeg kan ikke vandet. Hvor købte du den?
Hvad? Hvornår?
Mhm.
Jeg tror så.
Ew. You see Ron's dad gets molested by a snake. Wow. Og det her, hvor han får et flip på Dumbledore. Men ikke fortæller ham, hvad fanden der sker. I'm gonna penetrate your mind. Oh my god.
Hvad? På her?
Med Snape? Oh my god. Fokuser. Her, fokuser. Begynder jeg at klastre. Jeg ved ikke, hvad det var. What will happen? Okay, ikke en skid. Fokuser, jeg tager fint. Okay. Huh? Jesus Christ. snake på en 6 år. Snip, han skal blive 6 år. Det er meget vigtigt for mig. Det kan jeg ikke finde noget. Men jeg ikke er et barn. Hvorfor gider den heller ikke med? It's just that lightweight. Ow. Well, we don't have a... Stop shooting me. I'll kill you! Stop! Oh my.
Jeg elsker den til, at vi virkelig skal fokusere på opgaven.
Men der er en eller anden, der spørger om kage. Hvordan kan vi så fokusere?
Jeg ved det ikke.
We don't have a pet.
Måske. When in doubt, destroy everything around. Du har Wingardium Leviosa, så du skal have Wingardium Leviosa this bitch. Tror jeg. Nej.
Some parts.
Jamen, så må du stadig noget mere.
That's it. Rauko. Så kom der op og sagde den. What? I swear to God, I'm trying. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Focus. Oh, I can't sleep. For real?
Skal jeg prøve?
Okay, sygt. Jeg skal bare gøre det derfra.
Jeg skal til at gøre det samme. Jeg gør det derfra.
Ah, yes.
Der er flere steder, vi kan nå. Og jeg kan ikke.
Hvor? Du kan legit ikke gøre noget andet, der beder mig om at fokusere. Kæft, hvor er det dårligt.
Og så skal jeg fokusere på jorden.
Mere. He died!
Kan vi ikke gøre det igen? Fuck, det var fedt det der.
Lige fokusere her.
Jeg kan fokusere lidt sådan, jeg lyder sådan. Jamen, det er så fedt.
Du skal bare gå ind i mig. Oh! Pretty good up there.
Oh!
It's a trampoline.
Der er lige bandemedlem.
Oh shit. Wait a minute. Holy shit, can we do that? Oh the god we can. No we can't. We can't.
Han lyder som, hvad fanden han hedder? En Minecraft villager, der kommer til skade.
Godt. Det lyder du som om du var nære en person.
Nej,
Focus!
det er ikke fordi, at jeg har smadret mange Minecraft villagers, det kan jeg lige love dig for. Nej, i hvert fald ikke.
Why won't this be destroyed? I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Very.
It won't. It doesn't like to be destroyed.
Jeg ville huske bruge en kost til at fejre væk. Ja, there's a focus. Hvor den i hvert fald godt afsted. Så ja. Han vil...
God, stop it. It's pranking me now. Can I? What the fuck? Nu kan jeg godt. Hvad sker med den? Nu. Det ved jeg ikke, om han altså. Hvad? Jeg har brug for din hjælp. Kan du ikke fokusere på de her...
Flytter.
What the fuck? Så hvad der?
Jeg skulle have haft et ekstra skål, hvor jeg kunne komme de her skrald hen.
Yes. Helt enig.
Nej, træls.
Jeg husker den der, så du lige snakke med. Det vil Snape gerne se.
Ja.
Jeg vil lige se det igen. Fokuser! Jeg skal have alle detaljerne.
Skal jeg lige tage den med brugt den tunge eller ej? Brugte du tungen? Hvor meget tungen? Jeg skal have mere.
Fokuser!
Vent.
Kom du lige til at fikse det.
Det var bare fordi, jeg så, hvis du kigger på Snape i din version af kameraet, så går du længere tilbage. Men du skal længere tilbage. Længere. Further back. Okay, sådan, så du kun lige kan se mig bakker. Så er blå.
Stop hitting me!
Never! Stop touching me!
Oh, we need to focus again.
Det er der omkring. Så du ved, når du laver den her.
Fokuser?
Fokuser på spillet. Jo.
Nu skal vi spille. This hoop surely has to be used for something. You shot something?
Jeg skyder det. Jeg har ikke andet at lave.
Hvad skal den der hoop?
Den der hoop, det har jeg
Oh
der.
shit. It's bouncing now.
I'm bouncing.
Det er bare ikke en hoop.
Okay, så skal du tage den, for jeg kan ikke gøre noget andet.
Jamen, no. Når du min verden bliver kold og forladt. Sådan der. Du er dårlig til at ramme. Kom den der.
Jeg har allerede haft dem.
Skal vi se. I'm the trash man. Killing people! It's not focused, that's Bombarda. What the hell? There you go, go now. You. Come here, bitch. It's the ball of prophecy he wants.
I am disappointed.
Your father was a... Hvad det, man siger?
Ja, jeg kan ikke huske den der film.
Det var vigtigt, ikke? Men det her, hvor de finder ud af, hvad... Ja, eller er det den næste? Hvad Harry han er. Han finder ud af, at han skal dø. En af dem skal dø. Voldemort eller ham. Eller Prophecyen siger. Så siger Prophecyen også et eller andet med, at helten er født den sidste del af juli måned eller sådan noget. Det er der 2 karakterer, der er i Harry Potter. Altså.
Er det ikke Harry Potter?
Yes.
Og Lord Voldemort.
Nope. Nej, Neville Longbottom.
Nå.
Og det er endnu en del i Prophecyen er, at de skal defy the Dark Lord. Og Nevilles forældre dør også i kæmpe mord. Det er også derfor, det er så poetisk i filmen, når Harry han dør, så er det Neville, som der rejser op. Fuck, det var et sygt plot twist. You thought this movie was about Harry Potter? No, this is about Neville Longbottom.
This is about your mom.
In Neville Longbottom's button. Det er for vand. Damn, I'm Expelliarmus. Men jeg vil ikke kommentere mere på det. Og jeg tænker, det er det, jeg gør på dig senere.
Oh my god.
Du kunne ikke have fundet noget bedre navn? Sådan... Jeg er sikker på, at de kan bruge ordet skitsering.
Oh.
I guess fucked up. It's like really fucked up.
Oh, that's hilarious. Det var mere bare det fakt, at vi begge to bare blev helt stille, da vi så navnet.
Jeg så det alt for tidligt. Jeg tænkte, der skulle stå forvandlingsnummer. Molestary.
Molestero. Molestero. Jo, hvis du ikke har lagt mærke til det, så behøver du faktisk ikke at have Wingardium Leviosa for at kunne lave det.
For at kunne lave hvad?
For at kunne lave det stof.
Jeg tænker det.
Vi behøver ikke at bruge Wingardium Leviosa for at kunne lave Wingardium Leviosa.
Ja, det der kan også tage en upgrade, ja.
Kan vi bare bruge molest?
Det molesting suction der. Faktisk, det er godt nok lidt det der. Oh! An elevator. Or an escalator, sorry. Sorry. I'ma eat you. Fuck, det var sygt. Oh shit. Men jeg spiller som kat. Så vil det. You do that one. Det skal være sådan en general direction. It's a... Jeg er glad for, at du fik den. Det er også meget sjældent, vi kommer til at sige det. Den du har ikke blandt. Nej. Det er noget rart, ikke nu. Det siger vi også tit, ja. Ja, præcis. The famous saying. Hvad fanden sker der nu, filmen? Don't remember. Don't know, don't care. Sådan lidt why. Hvad skal det overhovedet? A penis. That's a penis. In the thing. Det siger bare, når vi er færdige med historien, så går vi hen i det andet spil, og så 100% ja. Og det. Ja. Because I absolutely cannot not. Det bliver også let. Vi skal bare sørge for at få den der gange 8. Hvad hedder det derovre? Gange 8 skruer. Nu er det fucking meget money. Og så kan vi også købe alle karaktererne. Oh my god, jeg havde noget der. Okay.
Prøv at se, jeg havde ret, det var Petersen.
Pedersen?
Ja.
Ja.
Det er Ingolf Malene Pedersen.
Burde det ikke hedde Peder Datter? Ikke sønnen?
Det er et virkelig dårligt joke.
Det er ikke en dårlig joke, det er faktuelt. Burde det ikke hedde det?
Nej.
Literally, there's no joke there. Just fucking being wrong. He stopped his toe! Oh my god! Hej, ikke døde far.
Wow, exciting.
Oh my god, father.
It's ugly.
Jeg kan ikke huske, hvad den hedder. Det er en gammel version af Dobby. Og det siger meget, når Dobby han er gammel. Oh my god. Yeah, we can get it.
Oh shit. Everything's gotta die now. Lagt mærke til, at den danser.
Hvad er det, som er mig?
Og så kan man hun er obsessed med en vogn.
Og ja, det er det ikke, jeg tror, det er den der film, der bare skifter på syge.
Creature.
Nå, det er Creature, det er rigtigt. Jeg kan altså være Creature.
Se. Ingolf kan bare det hele. Derimod kender ikke Harry Potter lore.
Hvad for noget? Jeg så bare lige muligheden for at få nogle friends. Oh! You see that?
Yeah, it's a Christmas very pretty.
I see opportunities here. And that one is over the door.
Det her, det kan man lyst til at spille med Star Wars.
Det er endnu bedre. Så Weasley. En virkelig gammel version af Arven. Stop mig! Så skummer! Vulkan! Hvad fiser?
Nej.
Mig der fiser. Creature. Whoever smelled it dealt it, I guess.
Det kan også godt bare være, det var
Jeg ved ikke, hvor Harry er. Nå, der.
Det kan være, fordi jeg lige skulle ud, at den går lige på markedet.
Ja, ikke? Jeg kunne bare lugte det her herfra. Så kan lege med min tidsmand.
No comment. Ja, du hygger med den der hat. Det er godt.
Maja!
Vi selv prøver. Genialt alligevel. En gang til.
That's nice. Ja. Hvor er det? Jeg betaler for det.
Det er vores booster.
Nå ja, det er lidt logik. Jeg glemte det. Damn. en Leviosa der.
Leviosa.
Så mister man bare de kajs. Man kan ikke komme der. Okay, som man siger.
Du kan godt komme der. Jeg ved ikke, hvor meget
er det? Det er de gamle huse.
Bitch. And she approves of it.
Den creature hader mobbes.
Gå nu væk. Gå nu væk.
Nå, det er mig.
Ja, selvfølgelig er det dig. Guardian Levy.
No. Først lige der. Der var keep going.
I remember. No. Did you remember? After the fucking line. Var det ikke noget?
It's a spider!
Spider. Why?
What the fuck? They killed Ron! Creature having fun.
Ja. Gå i skamkorn med dig, bitch.
Det er fordi han hader mob. Creature hader mobbes. Han visker mobbes, han bare den fucking hader dem. Okay, so it's Severus's block. We need to fill in Lego format. Yes. Yes. Wow, the Ravenclaw. Hvem ville du tænke det her var? Stop, du dræber mig. For real. For real.
Det var godt.
Nu kiggede jeg ikke, fordi du distraherede mig, men fucking ondt, mand!
Mhm.
Gul, grøn, blå, rød. Fucking fuck er det helt om. Gul, grøn, blå, rød. Well, he must be not closer. He's green. Wait, what? Oh, he's here. That's purple? That's red. Oh shit. No, this is red. No, it's purple. I don't know. Get the fuck off! It's trolling me. Vi kan faktisk ikke løse det. Sådan.
Tillykke.
Klarede du den?
Ja, selvfølgelig gør det.
Selvfølgelig gør jeg det. Det er jo ikke nogen spørgsmål om, Jonas. Vel for helvede, mand. Vi er klar, ikke? Man kan bare hoppe ned.
Jeg ved ikke, hvem Jonas er. Jeg kender kun Jonathan. Ikke også Malene?
Det er Bellatrix Lestrange. I hate her. She's kook in the head.
Nogle gange så er jeg glad for, at vi ikke har kamera på.
Wow.
Please, folk se, hvordan du gør det der. Jeg elsker dig på Dotson. Men det må du godt vise til resten af verden.
Ja, hvorfor må ikke det?
Så længe jeg ikke skal se på det. Nå.
Ja.
Hun går bare helt amok.
De er brydet ud af Azkaban.
Ja, ja. Hvorfor er hullet formet som en hat?
Som en hat.
Ja, det.
Nej, det er cute moment.
Vi fik ikke True Wizard, gjorde vi? Jo. Puha.
Skal vi? Ej, hvor er jeg med. Jeg synes, det er så meget af alt. Jeg er totalt op ved at svømme i det. Det er værste skruer, vi har fået. Sådan er det. Vi bliver bustet af Umbridge, the weird fucker.
Yay!
The Room of Requirements.
Hvem er Anders?
Skriver han sted.
Ja, Anders er her stadig. Anders, jeg har brug for at høre mere om dine bukser. Hvorfor er du fan af bukser? Jeg føler, at jeg har brug for noget mere. Jeg har brug for noget kontekst.
Neville Longbottom.
Nu kan jeg! Woohoo!
Hvad gør du?
Expecto Patronum!
Ja, det her, hvor de skal alle sammen fyre deres patronum. Oh my god, just...
Hello, streamer. What a Benjo Bazooka.
Fucking vildt navn. Benjo Bazooka. That's good.
Wild shit.
Hvad er det, vi mangler? Neville, han har burde få crush.
Har SQL does whatever en kanal. Muligvis.
Nej.
Men ikke rigtigt.
Det er ikke nogen aktiv.
Jeg har en Instagram.
Wow. Hvad er den her? Han er en pussy cat.
You do need pussy.
Oh, what?
That shit ain't happening.
You are lying.
Yes, very much so.
Straight up.
All you gotta do is ask. Alright.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna kill that. Alright, fjern.
Og get fucked, ærligt. Hvad? Prøv at gøre det her. Det er kun dig, der kan rykke på den. Truly gamer moment, det her.
Ah! The pussy is stuck. Ah, I hate it here.
We forgot the whole thing about just shoot everything. Let's go. What? En menneskekælder. Jeg kan se den. Ginny?
Jenny har. Det er Hermione, vi mangler.
Så gætter jeg jo på, at det er et eller andet, den her kæmpe vifte, jeg gør. Det lyder den godt, what the fuck?
Det er mig.
Wow, det er ikke fedt nok. Hvad der være? I'll make the rules, damn it.
Det er mit navn. Jeg elsker bløde bukser. Er seje.
Jeg tror, Anders har en mental erklæring, som
Der er noget med noget grammatik, der ikke helt fungerer der.
Nej, mental erklæring, det er noget i hvert fald.
Alene, kom tilbage. Kom back.
Han er virkelig
Ej, fuck, jeg bare gået glip af noget Snape.
Oh my god, it's a red bird. Dumbledore, you are going to Azkaban. Because reasons? Jeg kan få en skive vandmelon. Og en snøfle. Hvad selv ved jeg? Hvorfor den skal jeg have?
En hvad?
En skive vandmelon eller en snøfle.
What am I wrong?
Det er heller en snøfle. Så det er Same bitch. Vi dræber hende.
Er han lige så aggressiv her?
I don't know. Er det nu, vi skal have ombudsmad i skoven? Jeg håber, vi skal have ombudsmad i skoven. Og centaurerne, de kidnapper.
You freak.
Hvad?
Du var en freak, fordi du vil have ombudsmad i skoven.
Ja, hun blev kidnappet. Af centauren. Really nice. What the hell? Just dropped a fuckload of money on us. Oh yeah, hold on.
Det er lækkert, at det kun er Harry, der kan den nu.
Yeah, oh shit.
Jeg har stadigvæk ikke fundet ud af, hvad fuck hendes lille blå ting er.
Blå ting. Hvad er det? Jeg tror, at det er hendes runebog. Jeg ved. Nej. Nej, hun havde den også i det første spil, ikke?
Jo. Så må det være hendes runebog. Jeg vil gerne finde ud af, hvad der er her.
Der er nogen, der kan. Det er en, der...
What the fuck?
Ja. Ja, ja. Ja, ja.
Hvad fuck er det for noget?
The fuck er en
Anime
Yu-Gi-Oh character?
ass
What the fuck? Hvad er det Yu-Gi-Oh karakterer?
Jeg har ingen idé til sådan. Jeg har ikke nogensinde set eller spillet Yu-Gi-Oh.
Kan der anime, gør du?
Jo. Men det betyder ikke, at jeg gider nogensinde at se shit anime.
Very best.
Det er på
what it was. Catch them flowers. Train missed cars.
Tentacles.
Benton. Den kan vi ikke nå. Det er en Hagrid opgave. When in doubt, just a tall person to do it.
No. Just a big fat fuck.
Den er logiske grund på det her.
For han der ville kunne nå.
Det er hans halvbror, det er rigtigt.
Hans halvbror?
Ja, det er Hagrids halvbror. Han er jo halv gigant. Hagrid. Han er totalt retarderet. Man må tænke, siden det er halv, så er den der gigant mor bollet i en meget lille person.
Eller omvendt. Hagrids far har haft en ting for giganter.
Bare voldtaget dem i søvn. Altså det eneste måde jeg kan se, det er du.
I søvne?
Ja. Hvorfor vil man ellers skulle med det der? Love has no boundaries. Yes, it fucking does. Hvor kommer alt det der epic music fra?
Dramatic dance music.
Nej, revolver på sig.
Rubber ducky.
Put me down! Rudy or like
Stop it.
just rocking it.
Oh.
Ja, så nu vil han have en... Yes. Det hedder en ting.
Harmonika.
Ja. Vi skal
What?
Grav.
What?
You know, grav.
Nej. Det er ligesom, at jeg heller ikke fucking kender skævben. Ja, tag gingeren. You deserve it.
You put me down, you stupid fucking giant.
Åh.
I'm sorry. Didn't mean it. Men
Ja, til Hagrid.
der sender han den der cykel.
There you go.
Det er sgu da sødt, mand. Nu griner de. Den mobber hende. What the fuck? Det er kærlighed, det der. Det er kærlighed. Og det var der, hvor Hermione fødte en halvgigant. Det er så det næste spørgsmål.
Det var det første tidspunkt i hendes liv, hun fandt den. Følte den halvgigant. Tydeligvis også det sidste, som hun kommer sammen med. Ron.
Hun kommer ikke til at mærke Ron i verden. The cave that would be created. Benji Bazooka. Hvad? Hvad siger du?
Altså, det er bare et spørgsmål til mig selv, om jeg burde begynde at streame igen.
Jeg gør det.
Og så også vores audience, så kunne... Mest fordi jeg streamer på engelsk, fordi det er... bedre. Ej, hvad fuck skal du bruge en ske til, mors?
Det er Snape. Hvorfor er det ske?
Ske.
Jeg fik min skæg. Nu kan jeg lave potions. Okay, nu ved jeg ikke, hvad det er. Men egentlig skal.
Han skal focus.
Det er
Hvad? Jeg tror lige, det var Snape i 2 sekunder.
Han bliver fucking sur på Snape her. Your father was a dumb fuck. Nej, ja, nå ja, det er det, der sker. Jeg må faktisk finde ud af, at Snape blev mobbet af jeg er James Potter! Oh my god, look at this! Og du er Sirius Black. See that?
Jeg har Bombardier!
Og jeg kan moleste dig, så pas du fucking ret.
Det kan jeg også. Haha. Wingardium Leviosa.
Kidding me?
Never. Og vi starter i niveau.
Hvor er vi?
Hvor mange point her. Vi får lov til at gå igen.
Hvad vil vi gøre nu? Put up, baby cat. Gør herhen, selvfølgelig.
Whatever happened, I go. Up in Mary long down the way you come from, where you go, where you come from,
Oh, it's
What?
Where do we go?
Remus.
Skal du transportere til en ulv? Og så gøre alt andet?
Altså, sidst var
hvad er der herhen?
Problemet, vi ikke havde smadret alting.
Ja, det var det samme her, ja.
Som jeg sagde. Det sidste var problemet, at vi ikke havde smadret alting.
Jeg kan ikke se, hvem er jeg? Jeg er helt ude der.
Bitch.
It's Snape. We're bullying him. Look at how peaceful Snape is. Get down from that tree. Your father was a weak man. No.
Det kan du også gøre. Du kan godt trykke på B.
Nej, det er det. Yeah, we are cutting you down.
Ikke kun en spirit.
No, it wasn't. I still don't know what the fuck to take. I did but nice. What?
exit cirkel. Med X må være firkant. Det er fordi Animagus, det er B og B er cirkel. X er firkant.
Ja, det ser jeg. Ja, 100%. Yeah, Snape, huh? You fucking bitch.
Nerd.
We stripped them. No. What the fuck? Your father was a weak man. Det er virkelig en spil, vi har brug for. It sounds juicy. Ja, jeg skyder dig. Det her hvor hans brødre, der laver rav i den. We know exactly what to do.
Fuck it up.
Just get fucked. Lad det komme an.
Det er derfor, de hedder Joking Fresh. Det er...
Oh my god, nu ved jeg hvad det her er. Hvor har vi vores boobs henne? Der. Vi kan mine ben her væk. Der. Her er den væk. Bonk.
Fucking klistersko. Stadigvæk ikke et niveau.
Nej, det er meget langt spil. Synes jeg måske er lige for nøjeren. Ja, det skal være en strength code.
Det er way too weak.
You didn't put it in because you pressed the wrong button because you're used to the other controls. No, you pressed the wrong button again because you're used to... So you press the button?
Der!
Yes.
Fuck, man.
I agree. It's stupid. Ja. Jeg er super godt. Vi var i på med.
Ja da!
Suction Cup! Hvad fanden var den første? Wow, that's amazing. So innovative. Prøv her. Oh. Nå, vi skal lige hente det forrige nummer.
Nå, det var jeg.
Yeah. Charlie Weasley, who the fuck? No, it's not my mom. Fuck's sake, man. Where do you figured my mom? Du kom op på taget. Jo, skole.
Jeg skal lige have dig herhen. Jeg skal lige have Wingardium Leviosa. Shit. Ja, det kan vi ikke. Vi skal til Stormens Bitch først.
Det kan vi. Ja, det er super fedt. Rigtig bare nu. My boy! I'm so sorry. I don't mean to be this way. Oh! Oh! Yeah, I need you know. Oh, you can do it. Now it all makes sense, right? And it's a golden brick. You can break it up now. Or...
I can break you up.
Oh.
Genialt.
Oh, I guess we're going. What's that? Oh, no. Hang on. It's got to place like this.
Look at me go. Hvor fanden skal vi hen?
There is no last one.
Prøv at skyde noget der også er blevet sådan.
Skal jeg? Lige go. We actually killed him. Hang on. That's not strong. No. Jeg skal være der. Nej, ikke nu. Stop! Don't burn me!
Det var den sidste af de her.
Oh, wait, can you shoot those? bare spille videre. Det kan vi ikke lade være på til. Ja, ja. Nej, men det kunne jo være fedt, hvis jeg lige fandt det sidste. Bruge sort magi for at lægge det igen. Hvad? Never mind. Why are you screaming? I don't know what's going on. Kan vi det, den der? Nej, vi forstår den ikke. Jeg har ikke nogen runge på. Wait a minute. It's a mega rocket.
Jeg fik ikke lov til at fikse ham der færdig.
Hvem? You can fix him. I can. Fuck, det er langt spil. Det er jo helt vildt. Oh my god. Made a whole body shit. Oh my god. Oh, it's over here. Oh, we should take that. What? You trolling me?
Yeah.
Or am I trolling myself?
You're trolling yourself.
Okay. Hvad fanden er det nu, der skal ske? Det er sikkert, hun bliver bortført af det der fucking centaurer nu. Ja, we get it. Flere regler. Og bare en del af cutscene. Nej, det er der, hvor de melder sig ud af skolen. Det er lidt med. Oh. We have to go now. My godfather is in deep danger. Nå ja. Det er børstet af mad fra his big boy.
What? Aha. Oh. Oh. Mm-hmm.
Oh, fucking Disney til helvede til.
Ah, it's a level.
to... Oh. I see. You see those green things? They need to add up. You enjoying yourself?
Skulle vi have True Wizard eller hvad?
Hvordan gør vi det? Nu får vi den der helt op. Oh, I can't see it. Ja, det skal være et loop-system, der. Oh shit. Everything.
We're doing things without doing things.
The cat.
Altså, jeg siger bare, at der er en...
Nå, vi fik ikke True Wizard.
Look what I got for you, bitch. It's dumpled dick. She wants some of it.
Nå nej. De siger, hvor Dumbledore gemmer sig. You show me now. I'm threatening children, because that's how I am. Little bitch. Devious one. Hvis den ikke lige går hurtigt nok, så må hun disciplinere os. Au, for helvede. Oh my god, she made us puke slugs. Det er ikke godt, men jeg ved det selv. Oh shit, that was big money. Umbridge, red mig. Red mig. De kommer før.
Det var sådan, det var mig.
What's up? Fuck you.
Destroy it all.
shit on the bumpers. Oh, we're down. Oh shit.
What the
What the fuck is that?
fuck?
Yes, it's normal torturing.
Sorry.
Oh shit.
Sorry.
I didn't even see it. Well,
You got us.
I'm guessing we don't go there yet.
Yeah.
Oh.
Det er åbenbart Weasley. Fuck you, blomst.
Umbridge, kom lige! Det er bare tilfældighed. Ja, fordi vi har ikke spillet som Umbridge. Nothing more into it? A big true wizard. You kids are lying to me! Oh yeah. That did not happen in the movie. It was much more pathetic.
Ja, det virkede.
Jeg ved ikke.
De der svampe, så hvor du ramte mig, så det gjorde også ramt svampe.
Kan hente dig. Åh, kat! Du går kat her igennem. Og så op og skræmme uglen, jeg ved det ikke. Don't say det. Oh my god, I see it. Woohoo! Can you come with me? What the fuck do I do? Then press
X.
I am.
Det er firkant. Og så skal du herover til firkant. Og hænder. Og til firkant. sidder og ringer med klokken.
Ja, chill out. Oh, you don't give a damn.
Hvorfor hun tog af det her? Hvorfor får vi det liv?
Det var sjovt, som bare kigger på penge eller noget der.
What did I know? You foul beast!
Jeg skipper.
Jo.
Voilà.
Bye!
Hvad havde det så også, at det var herinde, der lige blev ude på mig? Millioner til grab.
Skal du lige tage pause?
Jeg tror, man er i game sequence. Skal også være noget i dag. Kniffel. Sniffle me up. En game search. Harry? You're a good wizard. Okay. Okay. There you go. Hvorfor ikke hjælper den her gang? Han plejer altid at hjælpe.
Se bare det her, det er
Men hvad? We share a soul. Because you are... Det er faktisk næste. Fuck, det kunne være det dummeste. What the fuck? Okay. Åh nej, running sequence. Jeg fucking hader den. Du skal løbe. Jeg tager den her side. Du tager den her. Ja, bare skift.
Nej. Ah!
Okay, vi har den. Det er simpelthen serious der. Oh my god, I want to get shot. The pink skeleton? Yeah. Hello. Hallo. Nå, nej, der er ikke sådan noget med mangler. Vi mangler at se en epic scene med Dumbledore. Kan det godt være, hvis der er noget? Det er The Void. Åh, wow. Jesus, jeg var slet ikke klar. Can I come in and penetrate him for you?
Det er første gang, jeg har fået lov til at gøre det.
Behind the void. Like true with it. I fucking killed myself. Again. Nice one, James. Nej, han blev ikke til 1000 Lego-pladser. What the fuck?
Hold den op.
Han got his pants. Oh. Give me my pants back. I want it. That's fucking stupid. Meget pænere måde end den sidste.
Det var meget. It was wild. Papa!
Mr. Papa! Den så over. Okay, shit, så får du lige den chance der. I don't know what to do here. Oh, the water sprinkler thing. Can't do it. Hold it. Can't do it. Du press B. Hvad er der? Yeah, okay, I have this. You need the other one. Yeah. Come on in. Sure. What? Nothing happened.
Jeg kan se, at den
Very langsomt. Alright, we need these coins. Oh, and unlockable. Yeah, you can shoot as much as you want.
Fudge.
Yeah, that's his name. Ow.
drown in blue.
Why can't I get on the... Yeah, bitch.
Gotcha. Wow.
Så er der 500 milliarder glasskår hen mod os. Jeg kan ikke huske, hvad han parrier bare. Der skal være det. Hvorfor selvfølgelig?
Wow, so exciting.
Wow! Oi, ja. Can this go a bit faster? Itty bit. Be nice. Don't do it again. This guy's so boring. Okay. Now please, thank you. Woo!
He looks ugly.
Ah, Shepwick, my boy!
Undskyld mig, men hvorfor fuck har Dumbledore bandage tøj på?
Og det var en forbund af tarv.
Nu ser det også godt ud, hvis du kigger på Dumbledore og hans
Jo, what the fuck?
purple ass. Hans kinkfin. Du kan ikke se andet.
sløret trussel. Jeg er bevæget, jeg drikker også lige meget. Det var så langt fod, den der. Fuck, det var vildt. Og 7. Nej. Og 5. Er det okay? Nej, 6. Okay. Yes, han bliver smidt af som minister. Umbridge bliver fucked off.
You did well.
Det var Lunas sko. Au. Det føles som om, de tog det alt for seriøst.
Nå, du synes, det er noget sgu.
Ja, meget bedre. Det er meget bedre at se Cedric blive totalt dismantled. Det er så useriøst, at det er sjovt.
Okay, så bedre lige. Hvor er den sød.
Ja, skal vi lukke? Fuck, men jeg gider ikke mere. Streamet 6,5 timer.